baseball is a beautiful.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted.
That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo. Switched to pants instead.
Armchair.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. We were here for every great moment last October and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, special to then, okay, it's not about us. It's not about we. It's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team. It's about your university. It's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Jameis, does he stop it? Oh, please.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. Make contact.
All right, ladies. There's only one spot left in my fantasy football league and 2 of you.
Why don't we flip a coin?
I prefer a more old-fashioned approach. 2 of you walked into this room, but only one's walking out. No, I was kidding. No, I was kidding. Tom, you're in the league. Bill, you're insane.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lions! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, it's Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No,
That
they weren't
includes Graham
because
Mertz.
they were on lockdown. Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
He's probably
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
point. They were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
fans.
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to try my keyboard out now.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. We were here for every great moment last October and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk to betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron, who was met at home plate not only by every member of the Braves, but by his father and mother. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip. Defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Breed. Here's the throw to the plate.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
Good evening and welcome to Armchair Quarterback South presentation of the 2022 World Series. I'm Mac Magee. You might have heard me before on Braves Country Baseball. We are bringing you Phillies and Astros Game 3, a big game in this series as it is knotted up at 1 apiece. We are heading back to Philadelphia. Now, last night's game, if you missed the updates, the game was rained out. Was planning on bringing that game to you, and it was rained out. Going forward this week, it's going to be a little tricky. I had planned on doing last night and tonight's broadcast, and I had planned on doing Game 6 of the World Series, which was Friday. Well, they have now moved that. It is now gone from Friday night to Saturday night. So Game 6 and 7, if needed, are going to be Saturday and Sunday. So I'm not sure if I'm going to bring you any other games. This could be the last one of the season, but regardless, we're going to have a lot of fun here. And we are going to get ready here for game number 3. It's going to be McCullers versus Ranger Suarez. Because of the rain out, almost said rain delay, because of the rain out, it will not be what was essentially going to be a bullpen game for Philadelphia. It would have been set up for Syndergaard to go a couple of innings, maybe 3, maybe 4 at the most, and then they were going to lean on the bullpen. Instead, it's going to be Ranger Suarez, who comes into this game 10-7 with a 3.65 ERA. Real quick, the Astros lineup looks like this as we set up to start the top of the first, as the Phillies are in their white uniforms, their pinstripes, the red pinstripes. Phillies across the chest with the red high stockings and the red ball caps. Houston Astros come in. Leading off, it will be Jose Altuve, the second baseman, leading off from the right side of the plate. After that, Jeremy Pena is the number 2 hitter, right-handed shortstop. Number 3 hitter is the left-handed slugger Alvarez. He is playing left field. Bregman is the cleanup hitter and playing third base. Tucker is the right fielder batting fifth. Gurriel batting sixth and playing first. Hensley is the designated hitter. McCormick is the center fielder and batting eighth, and Maldonado is behind the plate. Dan Iazona is your home plate umpire. Jordan Baker, Lance Barksdale, Alan Porter are your other infield umpires. We'll get to the rest here in a bit as we're getting set for the first pitch. Jose Altuve and the Astros in the Rogue Grays come to the plate with Houston across the front of the chest. Altuve batting 171 this postseason, but is 4 for 9 in the series. And we are set to play ball. The first pitch is swung on. It dumped into right field. A sliding catch, and making the play is Castellanos. He has done that a number of times this postseason, and it's an out number one. Castellanos takes away what was a surefire single as he slides into, I've seen him make that play, and that's at least the third time this postseason. Heck of a play by Castellanos for out number one. Gets a round of applause from not just the fans, but Rhys Hoskins, his first baseman. The first pitch on the way from Pena is grounded over to second, and a high chopper Stott has it at short, fires it over to first, and there's two away. 2 pitches, 2 outs to start this game 3 of the World Series. Dan Iasiona is behind home plate. Jordan Baker is your first base umpire. Lance Barksdale, second base. Alan Porter, third base. James Hoy is down the line, and Pat Hoberg is in right field. So the Houston Astros have come out swinging, and they are quickly 2 away here in the top of the first. First pitch on the way is called for a low strike to Yordan Alvarez. Alvarez batting .222 in this postseason with 2 home runs, swings at the 0-1 pitch, and it's 0-1, 0-2. Alvarez kind of put into a tough situation there. When you come to the plate and the first 2 guys swing at the first 2 pitches, you have to take that first pitch. So down 0-1, he swung at the 0-1 pitch and grounded it foul. The 0-2 pitch from Suarez on the way. He kicks and deals, and it's a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. 3, 4, and 5 will be here in Philadelphia. If necessary, 6 and 7 are in Houston. The 1-2 pitch banged foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. Yordan Alvarez has been a little cold here in this series, but he has 2 home runs, 2 big home runs at the beginning of the playoffs for these Astros, catapulting them through the first round. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Astros nothing, Phillies nothing. If you're just beginning to listen to us tonight, we're here for the entire 9 innings. We normally bring you Braves country baseball, but decided to bring you the World Series tonight. The 1-2 pitch, outer edge, misses just outside, and it's 2-2. Suarez wants that call, but did not get it. Probably a good call by Iasona, just off the edge. The 2-2 delivery on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3. Curveball got him fishing, and that'll end the inning. So 2 good defensive plays by the Phillies will end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. It's 0-0 in Pennsylvania. Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. And we'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. The Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel. Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to craftsmanship. Welcome back here to Armchair Quarterback South. We're bringing you the 2022 World Series. I'm Mac McGee, normally bringing you play-by-play of Braves baseball, but we wanted to bring you the World Series as much as we could. Have other things on our plate right now, able to free this up. Like I said before, was planning on bringing you last night and tonight's game and Friday's game, but because of the rain that has kind of put a damper on that, figuratively and literally, we will be here tonight, and then we're going to play the rest by ear. The Philadelphia Phillies come up to the plate, and it's going to be Kyle Schwarber leading off, National League home run leader from the left side of the plate. He'll be facing Lance McCullers, righty-lefty matchup. It'll be Schwarber, Hoskins, Real Muto to start this off. The first pitch on the way is a floating changeup out of the zone, and it's 1-0. Schwarber batting .214 this postseason with 3 home runs, 2 for 7 in the World Series. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. Slider called on the outer edge, and it's 1-1. After Real Muto, batting cleanup will be Bryce Harper. Castellanos batting 5th, who made the great sliding catch to start the game off tonight. The 1-1 pitch. Knuckle curve misses inside, and it's 2-1. Alec Bohm will follow Castellanos, followed by Stott, Segura, Brandon Marsh. As the 2-1 pitch on the way outside. Ball 3, it's 3-1. Kyle Schwarber starts this game off with a 3-1 count in his favor. He digs in, the 3-1 delivery right there at the knees, called for the strike, just kisses the outer black, and it's 3-2. Schwarber, who's no stranger to complaining with the home plate umpires, did not like it, and he gave Dan Iasona an earful. So you got a full count to Schwarber. The 6th pitch of the at-bat. Here's the delivery. Just off the edge, misses. And it's a 6-pitch walk to start the game. Philadelphia faithful have sold the joint out. They got the red towels waving. Dusty Baker looking for his first World Series championship as a manager. Now, he has won one as a player in 81 with the Dodgers, but as a manager, forever the bridesmaid, never the bride. That'll bring Rhys Hoskins to the plate. Hoskins batting 192, but 5 home runs this postseason. Righty-righty matchup. McCullers kicks and delivers a swing and fouls it back 96 miles an hour. Too hot to handle, and it's 0-1. Phillies nothing, Astros nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. McCullers looks in. Maldonado sets up on the outer edge. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back, 96 mile an hour fastball, and it's 0-2. The series the rest of the way is going to look like this. Tomorrow's game, 8:03 Eastern as well. And that is set up to be, as the 0-2 pitch from McCullers, he looks into Maldonado. He brings it, and the slider misses wide. It's 1-2. Tomorrow night's matchup is set to be Christian Javier against Aaron Nola. In Thursday night's game, the starters have not been announced, but it has been indicated by Thompson of the Phillies that Zach Wheeler will not pitch Thursday. He would pitch Saturday. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, chasing the slider off the plate. Ball popped out of Maldonado's glove, but no harm, no foul with the runner on first, and there's one away. You have to kind of figure that Thursday's game, I would tend to think that they're going to go Verlander. And if Wheeler is not going to pitch on Thursday, as Thompson has indicated, now things could change. If they get down in the series, everything could change on that. But as of right now, he's setting him up for game number 6 in Houston on Saturday. First pitch on the way to Real Muto is a slider, misses below the knees, and it's 1-0. Thursday, most likely for Houston, would be Justin Verlander. And then, of course, Framber Valdez for game 6. The 1-0 pitch, rifled down the line, foul, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Bryce Harper. So do find it interesting that they are planning on resting Wheeler. The 1-1 pitch inside, misses. It's 2-1. Zach Wheeler would be on normal rest if he were to pitch on Thursday. But Thompson was quoted as saying that he plans on sitting Wheeler out and pitching back in Houston. The 2-1 delivery from McCullers, outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 2-2. Looked like the sinker, high sinker, evening up the count. Last thing McCullers wants is a ducks on the pond scattered everywhere with Bryce Harper coming to the plate. Astros nothing, Phillies nothing. The 2-2 swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Another interesting side note about that Thursday night game. Thursday is also scheduled to be the Philadelphia Eagles as the 2-2 pitch misses inside, and it's a full count to Real Muto. Runner on first, one away. The Philadelphia Eagles are set to play Thursday night as well. Now, that game will be in Houston, so it's a little ironic that you're going to have Houston hosting Philadelphia in the NFL and Philadelphia hosting Houston in Major League Baseball on the same night. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 3-2. Sure, the National Football League did not want that to happen, because though football normally gets the lion's share of the viewership, with a World Series on the line and a Houston Texans team that is absolutely awful, going up against an undefeated Eagles team, you got to figure most folks will watch the series. The 3-2 pitch from McCullers swung on and popped up. It'll stay in play, drifting over into foul territory as the catcher Maldonado just past the first base line. He'll make the catch, and there's two away. And that's going to bring up Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper, who has been red hot this October. He will lumber to the plate. Harper digs in, and it'll be a lefty-righty matchup. He is batting .392 this postseason. He's 2 for 8 in the World Series with a run and a walk. He has 5 home runs this postseason. Bryce Harper digs in from the left side of the plate. The first pitch from McCullers. He lofts one in there. That ball is swung on and hammered high, deep, deep, deep. That baby's gone. And McCullers has coughed up a 2-run home run to Bryce Harper. It's 2-0. The Philadelphia Phillies take the early lead. Lance McCullers threw an absolute floating knuckle curve about waist high, dead center over the plate. And Bryce Harper deposited it into right field. So it's an early 2-0 lead for the Philadelphia Phillies. Lance McCullers shaking his head, realized that he just gave up an easy one. Strange pitch selection to start him off. I guess he thought he would catch him off balance. That's going to bring Nick Castellanos to the plate as they are celebrating in the dugout. First pitch to Castellanos is off the plate wide. Sinker misses, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Castellanos misses again, and it's 2-0. So Castellanos on the ropes here early. He is not looking good so far. Little erratic, and really has not had that great of a postseason. He scuffled quite a bit against the Yankees. And I was a little surprised that he was the choice for game number 3 in this series. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on and grounded over to third. On it is Bregman. Bregman fires it across the infield, and that'll end the inning. but not before Bryce Harper hits a 2-run blast to make it 2-0. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Armchair Quarterback South presentation of the World Series. Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, and bringing you spring training in 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to craftsmanship. Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk to betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to the Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. Philadelphia Phillies have taken a 2-0 lead. If you're just joining us, Bryce Harper hit a 2-run shot over the right field wall. A floating curveball that was put about belt high for his liking. And after walking the leadoff runner of Schwarber, McCullers and the Astros are down 2-0. Coming to the plate for the Astros in this inning, it's going to be the cleanup hitter, Alec Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and Gurriel. If anything gets going, the designated hitter, Hensley. Bregman strides up to the plate, and the first pitch is on the way, and it is a sinker down below the knees, called for a ball, and it's 1-0. Ranger Suarez, bit of a light inning the first inning, as the first 2 outs were done in 2 pitches. The 1-0 called for a strike, about chest high, and it's 1-1. Quickly working, the 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to Bohm. Hill fired across the diamond, and a low throw, but a good snag by Hoskins, and there's 1 away. Christian Javier is the pitcher for Houston tomorrow night against Aaron Nola. Back what I was saying earlier, I was a little surprised that he was not the guy that got the ball tonight. He has been phenomenal, and in fact, pitched absolute shutdown baseball against the New York Yankees. McCullers has been tagged around quite a bit. First pitch on the way to Tucker is off the plate wide, and it's 1-0. McCullers getting the nod as he is the veteran and has been there, but he's battled injuries all year long. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 pitch down below the knees, but called for a low strike, and it's 1-1. Tucker did not like that one at all. Cannot blame him. Looked like it was about an inch or two low. The 1-1 delivery. Outer edge called for a strike, and it's 1-2. Ranger Suarez has pitched well these last few weeks, and a big reason why Philly is where they are tonight. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards the right side. Making the play is Stott. He'll flip it over to Hoskins, left side of the bag, and that'll be a 6-3 put out for out number 2. And if you missed it earlier, Game 4 will be tomorrow night. Game 5 Thursday night, which was originally an off day. They will take the off day on Friday as the first pitch is swung on and fouled back by Gurriel. It's 0-1. And if there is a Game 6 and 7 in Houston, it will be Saturday night and Sunday night. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-1. All games are set to start at 8:03 Eastern time. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Philadelphia fans on their feet waving their rally towels on a 1-2 count to Gurriel. Here's the pitch and misses high out of the zone. It's 2-2. Houston has yet to get a base runner on. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and grounded over towards third. Barehanding his Bohm. He'll stick it in his pocket. It's an infield single for Gurriel, and there's 1 on with 2 away. Bohm had to come a long way by the time he got to the ball. Gurriel, who has decent speed, especially for an infielder in his late 30s, he was hustling all the way, and Bohm was going to have to make a perfect throw. He decided not to risk it. So 1 on and 2 away. That's going to bring up the designated hitter from the right side of the plate, David Hensley. Hensley batting .345 in this postseason with a home run. First pitch is down below the knees, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Hensley did not like it. Home plate umpire Dan Iasona has had a very low strike zone so far. If you're over the plate, he's giving you the benefit of the doubt by an inch or two. It might be where he's setting up. He doesn't get a very good look. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees called for a strike, and it's 0-2. Most umpires, you'll notice they position themselves in between the batter and the catcher where they get a good eye of the height of the ball. Iasona kind of is halfway hunched over. The 0-2 pitch, outer edge misses. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-2. He's more in a half crouch position. So unless the pitch is on the outer edge, he really does not get a good look. 1 on, 2 away. The 1-2 pitch inside, ball 2. That ball almost clipped Hensley, and it evens up the count. Hensley, 26 years old, 6'6" right-handed outfielder from San Diego, California. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, and it's 3-2. David Hensley made his Major League Baseball debut back in August of this year. Played his college ball at San Diego State. Standing on deck is McCormick. You got a full count. Here's the pitch, swung on and rifled up the middle. Going into the center field. Marsh has it, but Gurriel makes it from first to third, and there's runners on the corners with 2 away. Good piece of hitting by Hensley. Hit them where they ain't. Went just under the glove of Suarez. And the Phillies had Hensley to pull a little bit, but not dramatically. The second baseman was about 3 or 4 feet to the right of the second base bag. So he did not have a chance to make that play. So Houston with the chance to maybe answer back here. They got runners on the corners. Suarez now up to 27 pitches. 2 on, 2 out. Suarez flips it over to first. The runner easily back. You're just joining us. Philadelphia Phillies took the early lead, bottom of the second inning, with a 2-run home run by no other than Bryce Harper. The first pitch on the way is a fastball high, misses, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 inside, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Just got the inner part of the plate. Runners on the corners, a 1-1 count, 2 away. Righty lefty matchup. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. And it's 1-2. Chased a fastball just out of the zone. Right there in his kitchen. That might have clipped the top of the zone. So McCormick trying to hold on here. The 1-2 pitch just high, and it's 2-2. Fastball missed at the top of the zone. Good pitch by Suarez to challenge him, see if he would chase that. It's a 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch inside, and he's going to call it for an inside strike, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So a questionable third strike will end the top of the second. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Philadelphia leads it 2-0.
This one time, a boyfriend cheated on me, and I broke up with him on our way home. And while we were driving, he got so mad at me that he took my glasses off my face and threw them out the window. Was just like, all right, if you don't want to see me, then you don't need to see anyone. Good luck finding someone better, and also your way home. Thank you, John.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
The Cubs' pitching mainstay was an Indiana farm boy, Mordecai Peter Centennial Brown, better known as Three Finger Brown, because of a boyhood accident with a feed cutter that destroyed most of his right index finger, paralyzed his little finger, and gave him a devastating curveball. Brown won 20 or more games 6 years in a row.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to the Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. The Philadelphia Phillies lead 2-0, and they'll be going back to the bats. Philadelphia scored 2 runs on a 2-run shot by Bryce Harper. It'll be Alec Boehm, Bryce Stott, and Jean Segura. If anyone gets on, Brandon Marsh. McCullers will come back out to the mound, trailing 2-0. The first pitch on the way from McCullers is swung on. That ball is hammered high and deep, and it's gone. Just over the left field wall, McCullers gives up another gopher ball, and it's 3-0. Lance McCullers, who has repeatedly shown in these playoffs that he is not the third best pitcher on this staff, has already gone behind 3-0 here. You wonder how long Dusty Baker will continue to run him out there. He has been absolutely hammered, not just by Philadelphia in this game, but in the entire playoffs. The New York Yankees pegged him for, I believe, 6 runs. They were able to bounce back, and the Astros were able to score runs to get the W. First pitch on the way to Stott is a pitch way outside of the zone. It's 1-0. With a couple of days off, there's no reason why Dusty cannot go to that bullpen early. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. Continues to be a conversation throughout Major League Baseball. A lot of folks are pulling for Dusty Baker to get his World Series, but there's also quite a few folks that feel like that his losses have piled up because of the decision-making he's made over the years. The 1-1 pitch outside, and it's 2-1. He's had some really talented teams in the past. Of course, taking over these Astros last year, could not get it done against the Atlanta Braves. The 2-1 pitch right there for a strikeout or edge, and it's 2-2. Famously had one of the more talented teams that the Chicago Cubs ever had. The 2-2 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike, and it's the first out of the second inning. Of course, Dusty Baker was also with the San Francisco Giants. Talented teams that had Barry Bonds. Had some good Reds teams as well. First pitch on the way to Segura is swung on and missed. And it's 0-1. Sean Segura batting .233 this postseason. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, called a ball. It's 1-1. Philly 3, Houston nothing. The 1-1 fouled back. It's 1-2. He coached the Giants from 93 to 2002. Some really good teams that he coached on that 93 to 2002 San Francisco Giants squad. In fact, he was the skipper. It's a 1-2 pitch down below the knees, called for a ball. It's 2-2. McCullers doesn't like it. He wants that low strike like Iasona's been giving all night long to Suarez, but no dice. The 2-2 delivery from McCullers on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. When he was with the San Francisco Giants, his first year in 93, that was the infamous choke year where the San Francisco Giants had a 10-game lead in early August, and the Braves chased him down and caught him. The last great division race in Major League Baseball is after that. The following year, they went to the wild card. First pitch on the way to Brandon Marsh, the number 9 hitter, taken low for a ball. It's 1-0. And he went to the Cubs from 03 to 06 and squandered some very good opportunities in Chicago. Was with the Reds as the 1-0 pitch is down low. Did he go around? They're going to check down the third base line. He did not. It's 2-0. The Reds from 08 to 13, some really good Cincinnati Reds teams. One that infamously blew a 2-game lead in a best-of-5 series. And then he went to the Washington Nationals from 16 to 17, and after he left, as the 2-0 pitch swung on and popped up high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Is it gone? It is. Another home run. Lance McCullers is getting pummeled. It's 4-0. To finish that thought, he takes over the Washington National team in 2016 and 2017. Very talented team. Could never get the job done. Gets replaced, and by just 2 seasons later, they win the World Series. That ball was hit high and just got over the right field wall, a short porch in Philadelphia. And it's 4-0. Three home runs by the Philadelphia Phillies off of Lance McCullers. As a player, there's no doubting Dusty Baker's greatness. He's a 2-time All-Star, won the World Series in 81, was MVP in 1977, won a Gold Glove in 81 as well, won the Silver Slugger 2 times. But as a manager in the playoffs, he has never gotten it done. So Philly now leads it 4-0. The home run's under review, but I can tell you from looking at it several times on the replay, that ball definitely cleared the wall. It's almost a Jeffrey Mayer type situation because there was a kid that stuck his glove over to get the ball, but not really the same scenario because the ball had made it over the wall. They have finally confirmed it. Really should not have taken as long as it did for them to confirm that. An easy call there. It went over into the seats, and there was a kid with a glove that just fumbled the ball out. So when it came back over the wall, that's where the question came into play. But that kid couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 years old, so you can't expect him to actually make that catch. But the ball popped out of his glove, and that's where the confusion lied. So it's 4-0. McCullers is still out there. The first pitch to leadoff hitter Schwarber misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Do wonder how long they will keep with McCullers. The 1-0 delivery inside, called inside strike, and it's 1-1. Just clipped the inner part of the zone. Schwarber kind of hangs out over the plate, so it looked a little further in than what it really was. The 1-1 delivery right there for a strike. It's 1-2. One-two pitch from McCullers as he takes his time. Finally, Schwarber calls time. McCullers was reading a book there on the mound. Schwarber finally had enough and called time. They do have the long relief man, Brown, warming up in the bullpen for Houston. The 1-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. McCullers already at 40 pitches. Schwarber asked for time again. Bit of a cat and mouse game between McCullers and Schwarber. Philly 4, Houston 0. The 2-2 pitch swung on and banged foul. Do it again at 2-2. Series tied at 1 apiece. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit hard down the right field line, but they'll say it went just foul of the bag. We'll do it again at 2-2. Standing on deck is Rhys Hoskins. Lance McCullers has already given up 3 hits, 4 runs in just an inning and 2/3. Two swung on and a high hopper grounded over to first, making the play and scooping it, flipping it over to McCullers, covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. But not before Lance McCullers coughs up 2 more runs. We'll head to the top of the 3rd, Houston trailing 4-0.
I'm here to tell you one thing. You ever go whining to the big man again about between you and me, we'll have a problem, my friend.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
3rd down and about 22. As Smith drops the ball, he's got his tight end. Somebody's got. He's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown and a bomb. The Carter, 71 yards. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You take 2 of the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open all the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
In the 1906 World Series, the Cubs were heavily favored to beat their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox, called the Hitless Wonders because the team averaged just .230 and hit only 7 home runs all season. But no one had counted on the superb pitching of White Sox ace Ed Walsh, master of the spitball.
Big Ed Walsh? Oh, brother. You talk about spitball. I think that the ball disintegrated and got back together when the catcher got hold of it. I think when it went past the plate, it was just spit going by.
Ed Walsh totally overpowered the Cubs. He pitched a masterful 2-hit shutout to win the 3rd game and then went on to win the 5th. The Hitless Wonders had won the World Series.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to the 2022 World Series, Game 3. Mac Magee bringing you the action. Phillies are all over McCullers and Dusty Baker, taking a 4-0 lead off of 3 home runs. 2 of them barely got over the wall. That one by Bryce Harper in the first inning, that was a no-doubter. Philly will come back out on the field, sending Ranger Suarez out there to the hill. And the Astros will have the bottom of the lineup. The hind catcher, Manny Maldonado, and he'll be followed by the top of the lineup, Altuve and Pena, who both swung at first pitches and were 1-pitch outs to start the game. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors for Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Maldonado's missed wide outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Astros have gotten 2 runners on via the hit, but have failed to score. The 1-0 curveball misses way out of the zone, wide of the plate, and it's 2-0. Suarez looks into JT Realmuto, the 2-0 pitch down below the knees. That ball is called a ball, and it's 3-0. First low ball that home plate umpire Iasona has called against Houston. The 3-0 pitch right there for a strike, taking all the way was Maldonado. It's 3-1. Maldonado batting 167 in the postseason. 1 RBI. The 3-1 delivery, taken for a strike all the way. It's 3-2. So Maldonado, who had worked it to a 3-0 count, is now down to his last strike, trying to get on any way he can for the top of the order. Suarez looks in. He kicks and deals, and Maldonado takes it all the way. Strike 3. Never took the bat off his shoulder. He has something to say to the home plate umpire before he walks away. Well, that's out number 1. And I can tell you from the naked eye, that was definitely a strike. And it was definitely way too close to be taking with 2 strikes in the World Series. It was right there on the inner edge. First pitch on the way to Altuve is called a ball. It's 1-0. One of the biggest difference between these 2 offenses is the 1-0 pitch is on the way and called for a strike, slider inner edge, and it's 1-1. Houston's catcher is pretty much a throwaway out. Very rarely gets on. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back by Altuve. It's 1-2. Whereas Realmuto for the Philadelphia Phillies is the number 3 hitter, very important piece of their offense. Much longer, much deeper lineup for the Phillies. Houston's offense tends to tail off towards the bottom of the lineup. The 1-2 pitch swung on and a comebacker to Suarez off his glove, but he'll be able to get the ball off the carom, picks it up off the ground, flips it over to first, and there's quickly 2 away. A comebacker that Suarez was able to get a piece of, trickled off his glove and off the mound. everything going Philadelphia's way so far, but we're still early on, top of the third inning. Jeremy Pena, who swung at the first pitch and was an easy out his first time up, stands to the plate. First pitch to Pena is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Pena 0 for 1. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-1. Looked like the changeup on the outer edge that he went diving after. The 1-1 delivery. Swung on and hit hard over to third. Bohm's got it. He fumbles it a bit and fires it across the infield. They're going to say they got him by about a half step, and that'll end the inning. We'll see if they challenge that. It was a close call. We'll be back in a flash here on Game 3 of the World Series.
So, I'm getting an eye job.
An eye job? Ma, you don't need an eye job.
Georgie, I'm a divorcee.
You're not a divorcee. You're just separated. You're a separatee.
Well, I'm out there,
No,
George.
you're not out there. You're not out there. You can't be because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
If you buy MLB The Show, you spent more money in the offseason than the Oakland A's did. And the Oakland A's owner is worth $2.1 billion.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
I think those Boston fans actually won that series for the Pilgrims. We beat them 3 out of the first 4 games, and then they'd start singing that damn Tessie song. You could hardly play ball. They were singing Tessie so damn loud. Tessie, I love you madly. They'd sing special lyrics. Like when Honus Wagner came to bat, they'd sing, Honus, why you hit so badly?
The Boston Americans made it 5 victories out of 8 games played, which gives them a clear title to the highest honor ever achieved in baseball, Boston Globe.
The games proved so popular that the 2 leagues decided to hold a championship series every year. A team from Boston had beaten a team from Pittsburgh just 650 miles away, but the owners insisted on calling it the World Series.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here at Game 3 of the World Series. Philadelphia leads it early on, 4-0, via 3 home runs. Lance McCullers has just been basically throwing batting practice pitches in there to Philadelphia. 2 innings, 4 earned runs, 3 hits, a walk, 3 strikeouts. Leading off the the bottom of the 3rd inning will be Rhys Hoskins. He'll be followed by JT Realmuto and then Bryce Harper. Lance McCullers looks like they're going to try to run him back out there. The first pitch on the way from McCullers to Hoskins is a called strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. McCullers already at 44 pitches. The 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. You can see where Dusty may not want to go to that bullpen in a game that he thinks he may not be able to come back in. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again at 0-2. But first of all, still really early in the ball game. And secondly, they've had 2 days off. The last game played in this World Series was Saturday evening. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. Might be seeing if he can get another inning or so out of McCullers. You would think the first sign of danger, they would get him out of there. The problem is he has been hanging that knuckle curve, and it's been getting hammered. So you don't get a lot of warning signs because that ball's just flying out of the stadium. JT Realmuto's 0-for-1, fouled out in the first inning. First pitch on the way to JT is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Look like the slider about chest high. If you missed it earlier, the college football playoffs, the 0-1 pitch down below the knees, it's 1-1. College football playoffs first rankings came out tonight shortly before first pitch. Get them to you here in a second. The 1-1 swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-2. In a bit of a shocker, the University of Tennessee has claimed the number 1 spot. Ohio State is 2, Georgia 3, and Clemson is number 4. On the outside looking in, Michigan 5 is the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. So the good news for McCullers is he's 2 up, 2 down with 2 strikeouts here in the third. The bad news is here comes that man, Bryce Harper, to the plate. Michigan is number 5, Bama 6, TCU 7, Oregon 8, Southern Cal 9, and LSU as number 10. First pitch on the way to Harper is a swing and a miss. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Kind of a half-hearted swing. I think he might have been fooled by that cut fastball on the outer edge of the zone. The 0-1. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. McCullers looks in as Bryce Harper steps back for a second. Comes out of the box, and now he's set. The 1-1 pitch to Harper on the way. Swung on and hit hard on the ground over towards second. Right there's Altuve. He'll flip it over to first in the inning. So the first 1-2-3 inning by McCullers will head to the top of the fourth. It's 4-0 in Philly.
No, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
On October 1st, 1903, Nuff said and his royal rooters were among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates in the very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest. Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. I'm Mac Magee bringing you the action. We are planning on bringing some football games to you here in the near future. Please like and subscribe at Armchair QB South, and we will get that schedule out to you. I believe November 17th, Packers and Titans will be a game that we will definitely do. I also encourage you to like and subscribe Braves Country Baseball YouTube channel, our sister station. I'll be doing the Army-Navy game, as I do every year. We're heading to the top of the fourth inning, and the Astros desperately need to get something going here. You don't want to wait too long, as Phillies bullpen, which has been questionable all year long, has pitched really well in October. First pitch on the way to Yordan Alvarez is swung on and grounded foul over towards the first base side, and it's 0-1. Alvarez struck out swinging his first time up, chasing a pitch off the plate out of the zone. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul again. It's 0-2. Alvarez was such a big factor in the Astros winning that first series against Seattle, 3-0. 2 huge home runs to start that series, but really has not done much since. Young, talented, left-handed power hitter. The 0-2 pitch inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Similar situation last year. I called the entire Atlanta Braves Houston Astros World Series last year, and the Braves really bottled up Alvarez. Never really got going. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-2. Biggest difference between last year and this year that you've heard so many pundits talk about is the 2-2 pitch to Alvarez is off the plate wide. It's 3-2. Last year's Houston team kind of limped in to the World Series. This team is as healthy as you can be going in. Really no excuses. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Alvarez, swung on and grounded over to first. Easy out. Hoskins has it, steps on the bag, and there's one away. Houston jumped out to 2 5-0 leads in games 1 and 2, choked it away in game 1, losing that game in extra innings, held on in game 2. But tonight the tables have turned. They are down early. The first pitch on the way to Bregman is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Bregman batting just .222. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. in this World Series, really the only batters that have really came in have been towards the bottom, Tucker and Gurriel. As the 0-2 pitch misses outside, it's 1-2. And Jose Altuve finally got on the hit streak. He had been abysmal the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, but is now batting .364 in the World Series. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Kyle Tucker. Nobody on, 1 away. The 2-2 pitch from Suarez. Half-hearted swing is a dribbler over to first. Hoskins has it. He flips it over to Suarez, covering the bag, and there's 2 away. Kind of a excuse me swing. Check swing the ball down the first base line. And there's quickly 2 away. That'll bring Kyle Tucker to the plate, a lefty-lefty matchup. Tucker is 0 for 1. Suarez with just 56 pitches on the night. The first pitch is a fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Tucker with 3 home runs this postseason. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but playable. Marsh is underneath it. He'll make the catch, and there's out number 3. So another easy inning for Ranger Suarez. Will head to the bottom of the inning. Philadelphia leads it 4-0.
What did you do?
I gave him a new look. It's cute, huh?
Yeah, it's cute. That's the problem. I don't need other girls to see him walking around like sex on a stick.
She's right, I'm too hot.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Just outside the old Huntington Avenue ballpark, home of the Boston Pilgrims of the New American League, stood the Third Base Saloon, so called because it was the fans' last stop on the way home. Its owner was the bartender, Mike McGreevy, known as Nuff Said, because he was the final arbiter of all barroom disputes. His customers, Irish immigrants mostly, called themselves the Royal Rooters and considered themselves the most loyal of all Boston fans, though their loyalty was actually comparatively new. They had been National League fans until the National Leaguers raised ticket prices 2 years early.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back to Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. Philadelphia leads it 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Coming to the plate will be Nick Castellanos. Castellanos will be followed up by Bohm and Stott. If anything gets going, Segura. You're just joining us. Philadelphia scored all 4 runs via the home run. A 2-run shot by Bryce Harper in the first. First pitch on the way from McCullers misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. And then 2 solo shots. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Outer edge, it's 1-1. McCullers is back out there for the 4th inning. The 1-1 delivery from McCullers. Swing and a miss. Strike 2, and it's 1-2. He's gone slider, last 2 pitches. When he's going well, that knuckle curve is biting, and that slider almost works like a cutter action. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. It's 1-2. Early in the game, McCullers, McCullers' knuckle curve was floating up there. He had the same issue against New York. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle. On it is Pena. He grabs it, fires it over to first, and there's 1 away. Good defensive play by Pena. Hard hit ball by Castellanos for out number 1. Alec Bohm, who has one of those 3 home runs, now comes to the plate. He hit a line drive over the left field wall, just got over the wall. Of course, short dimensions here in Philadelphia, unless you hit it deep into center field. First pitch on the way from McCullers is a slider missing out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and off the end of the bat, high into center field, but not very deep. Underneath it is McCormick. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow night and Thursday night in Philadelphia. If necessary, Game 6 is in Houston on Saturday. And Game 7 would be Sunday night. First pitch on the way to Stott is called for a strike right there. Belt high, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to first. Scoop and flip to McCullers covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. So a quick 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the top of the 5th in a 4-0 affair in Philadelphia.
Alex Rodriguez, you stink, and I don't like you. Big Poppy, I like you, though.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Did you know that pigeons hate the smell of WD-40? You got them landing on the edge of your roof, around your yard, spray some WD-40. They won't be back. If you live in an apartment on a balcony, you got them landing on your rails, spray some WD-40. Pigeon repellent.
Armchair.
The idea of going to the ballpark, say in 1900, was that the urban masses would get a taste of country pastoral air, that they would breathe in, that their lungs would expand by cheering. Baseball grew in the cities. It is an outgrowth of gambling. It's an outgrowth of crookedness. It's an outgrowth of drinking. It's a roistering, boisterous event. It is as wild as the Wild West.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to Game 3 of the World Series. Philadelphia Phillies lead at 4-0. Houston Astros are heading to the top of the 5th inning. They'll have the heart of the order coming to the plate. Needing some runs in a big way, it'll be Gurriel Hensley, the designated hitter, and McCormick. Philadelphia Phillies have scored 4 runs on 3 hits, 3 home runs. Houston has had 2 hits, but none of them have left the yard, so that is the difference in your game. A 402-foot bomb by Harper in the first, 373 shot by Bohm in the second, and a 358 wall scraper by Marsh also in the second. Gurriel comes to the plate. He is 1 for 1. The first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off home plate. It's 0-1. Both of the hits is the 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to second right at Segura. He's got it, flips it over to first, and there's 1 away. Both of the hits by Houston in that inning came with 2 away. They had runners on the corners, but failed to score. That brings David Hensley to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with the single in the second. The first pitch on the way from Suarez, outer edge, and called a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. An 0-2 pitch to Hensley on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3, and there's 2 away. Houston not really giving up much of a fight against Suarez. Suarez is mowing them down. Now 4 strikeouts on the night. Just gave up those 2 hits in the second inning. Other than that, he has been perfect. So that'll bring up Chas McCormick, the center fielder. He's 0 for 1 with one of those strikeouts. First pitch on the way is called strike, outer edge. It's 0-1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge of the plate. The 0-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Curveball. Got him off balance, and it's 0-2. Suarez picking this lineup apart. Houston trying to find any way to get on, to get things going. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good eye by McCormick. It's 1-2. Philadelphia faithful on their feet. Their bullpen is getting warm. It looked like Bilotti, the right-hander, is warming up. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outer edge, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is the number 9 hitter, Maldonado. You wonder if Thompson will be going to Bilotti no matter what come next inning when the top of the order flips over. The 2-2 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Suarez's numbers, like most starting pitchers, but his numbers are much different the third time through the order. The 2-2 pitch inside almost gets McCormick. He bends out of the way, and it's a full count to the center fielder. Maldonado stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch down below the knees, inside, ball 4. And the Astros have a base runner for the first time since the second inning. Chas McCormick will head down to first base. Maldonado will come to the plate. Maldonado, we talked about it earlier, not a big threat to make things happen behind the plate. He's really been there for his defense. He's in there for his defense, excuse me. So you got to figure Suarez will face him. The first pitch on the way is a curveball down below the knees. It's 1-0. Whoa, they called that a strike, 0-1, and Maldonado did not like it. I can't blame him. A terrible call. No matter what the chart is showing here on the screen, that ball was about 2 inches below the knees. Suarez flips it over to first to keep McCormick close by. I've noticed this chart that we use for to show balls and strikes on our screen is not very accurate. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees. It's 0-1. It tends to get dialed up by whoever puts that in there. They tend to put it in there as it's called, not as it's seen. But the graphics are much better than others that we have found. The 1-1 pitch outside. Did he go around? Didn't look like he did. He did not. It's 2-1. Check down there to the first base umpire, Jordan Baker. He will be behind the plate tomorrow night. Baker has been known to have quite the questionable strike zone. So tomorrow night ought to be interesting. The 2-1 delivery to Maldonado, swung on and dribbled up the middle. It's going to get down and in for a base hit. Marsh is going to cut it off. McCormick stops at second. No point of getting thrown out at third when you're trailing by 4. But that will bring Jose Altuve to the plate. And you wonder if this may be the end of the line. Alvarado is now warming up in the Phillies bullpen. That's interesting. Bilotti has been sat down and now Alvarado is up. So you wonder if they're trying to bridge that because of the looming threat, not of Altuve, the righty, who is coming to the plate, or the man on deck. Pena is also a righty. But if they were to get all the way down to Yordan Alvarez, the big left-handed hitter, they would then go to Alvarado. So a bit of a chess match. It looks like Bilotti has been sat down. Alvarado is warming up in the pen, and I don't believe Bilotti is going to be called upon. So he's starting to warm up. And Altuve, who is heated up in the World Series, started off the postseason at 0 for 25. First pitch is inside, almost clips him. It's taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember, the Astros in the second inning had a chance to score with 2 outs and was unable to come through. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped up, and that'll end the inning. A little flubber over to first base. Hoskins underneath it, and Altuve comes up short again. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Philly leads it 4-0.
You know how I feel. I will be proud to lead you wonderful guys into battle anytime, anywhere.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Being alone isn't that bad. It's a great opportunity to get to know yourself and be comfortable with who you are.
Tana, I already love myself. I just want to French someone.
In 1903, weakened by their own squabbling, the National League owners sued for peace. Van Johnson had won. A new national agreement was negotiated. Now there would be 2 major leagues, separate but equal, honoring one another's contracts, both retaining the reserve clause that kept players bound to their owners for life. A 3-man national commission was appointed to settle disputes. See that the regulations were enforced. Power was supposed to be shared equally, but Van Johnson saw to it that he was really in charge. The players were not represented.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm sorry. That's out of habit. Welcome back to the World Series, 2022 World Series. Mac Magee, Philadelphia Phillies lead the Houston Astros 4-0. And we are heading to the bottom of the 5th inning. Houston has had a couple of opportunities to crack through and get some runs, but have come up snake eyes both times with 2 on and 2 out. Philly, conversely, has hit 3 home runs. Those are the 3 hits Philadelphia has connected with, along with a walk, has made it 4-0. I believe Suarez is done for the night. He's getting handshakes. He went through 5 innings, no earned runs, 4 strikeouts. Couldn't ask for anything more. You're Thompson and the Phillies. Lance McCullers is going to go back out there to work after putting up a couple of goose eggs the last couple innings. The first pitch is swung on by Segura and fouled off. It's 0-1. College football tonight, Ohio leads Buffalo 24-17. McCullers started to do the windup and then stopped. He stepped off the mound. McCullers, by the way, is at 84 pitches through just 4 innings of work. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. On it is Bregman. He'll fire it over to first. Good play by Bregman. Gets Segura by about a step. And there's one away. McCullers has struck out 5, but those 3 home runs has been the tail of the tape. Came back late in the season after a long stint on the IL to start the year. First pitch on the way to Marsh is out of the zone, called for a ball. It's 1-0. McCullers is 4-2 at the 2.27 ERA, so he had a good regular season for what little time he spent. But he has yet to really look like Lance McCullers in the playoffs. The 1-0 pitch, outer edge for a strike. It's 1-1. We are in the 5th inning, so it is time to turn back time. The 1-1 pitch swung on and rifled over the head of an outstretched Gurriel. Ball's going to dump into right field, and it's a 1-out single for Brandon Marsh. The first non-home run given up by McCullers tonight. On this date in 1951, Brooklyn Dodgers Roy Campanella wins his first of 3 National League MVPs. He won the MVP in 1951, 1953, and 1955. On this date, 1966, Sandy Koufax, became the first 3-time Cy Young winner. And back then, they only had a Cy Young winner one in the entire major leagues. First pitch on the way to McCullers is a strike below the knees to Schwarber, and it's 0-1. That Cy Young that Sandy Koufax would win would be the last year in 1966 that they would only give out one Cy Young. The following year, they would start giving one in the American and one in the National. The 0-1 pitch inside, it's 1-1. Kyle Schwarber 0 for 1, but did have the big walk that set up the Bryce Harper home run. The 1-1 pitch swung on and bang foul. It's 1-2. On this date in 1968, Denny McLain became the unanimous American League Cy Young winner after going 31-6 for the World Series champion Detroit Tigers. Tigers beat the St. Louis Cardinals and Bob Gibson in 7 games that year. McCullers looks in. The 1-2 pitch swung on, just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. And on this date in 2010, Edgar Renteria becomes the 4th player all time to have 2 World Series winning hits. A 3-run home run off of Cliff Lee and the Texas Rangers. Remember, Renteria also had the walk-off in Game 7 of 1997. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into center field. That ball is over the scoreboard, and it is 6-0, and McCullers gives up another bomb. And Dusty Baker, once again, pushing the wrong numbers and pulling the wrong levers in October, finds himself down 6-0 in Game 3 of the World Series. You really wondered why he was being sent back out there for this inning, but then when he gave up the single, I kind of expected them to go to the bullpen, this being now the third time through the lineup, and he absolutely crushed that ball. If you're familiar with that center field backdrop in Philadelphia where all those trees lay, he hit it at the top of the forest, smashing that ball. We'll get the numbers for you here in 1 second. 443 feet. And now Baker is finally getting Stanek up. A day late and $1 short. First pitch on the way from McCullers to Rhys Hoskins is outside, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses. Evens up the count at 1-1. Lance McCullers given up 4 home runs. The 1-1 pitch banged off the plate foul. It's 1-2. And yet Baker has yet to go out there and pull him. The 1-2 pitch on the way outside. Taken for a ball. It's 2-2. McCullers kicks and deals the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and that ball's hammered high and deep and gone. It's 7-0. 7-0, 5 home runs given up by McCullers. And Dusty Baker is just sitting there sucking on his toothpick. It is unbelievable. If you are a Houston Astros fan, you've got to be beside yourself. And I know a lot of folks have got that sentiment where they want to see Baker win a World Series, but you got to, at some point, point the finger at him. Too much talent has been at his fingertips over the last 30 years. And time again, I mean, by this time, McCullers has got to be out of the game. And they let him sit there for another. They are finally going to pull him out, and we will head to break. We'll be back in a flash here. Mercifully, McCullers' night is through. We'll be back. You're listening to the World Series.
Uh-oh.
What uh-oh?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
What?
It's a tell. You got to tell.
What tell? What's a tell?
When you ask someone about their relationship and they touch their face, you know it's not going too well. And the higher up on the face you go, the worse the relationship is getting. You know, it's like, pretty good, not bad. I got to get up.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul. Off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions.
Armchair.
When the National League dropped 4 of its less profitable teams, Johnson saw his chance. He established new clubs in Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, snapped up newly unemployed players, then began raiding active National League roster. Lured by an average of $500 more per season, 111 National League players jumped to ban Johnson's brand new American League. including the great pitchers Cy Young and Rube Waddell and the notorious John McGraw. The National League owners complained, threatened, mounted lawsuits, quarreled among themselves, but they could do nothing. Van Johnson was not going to go away.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports.
Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live in my pace? You're only young one. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait, no.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to Game 3 of the World Series. And it has been all Philadelphia. Ryan Stanek will finally come in, but it may be too little too late, trailing 7-0 after Dusty Baker's left McCullers in for 5 home runs, 7 earned runs. First pitch on the way from Stanek is a fastball outer edge called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Now warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen is Brogdon. The big lead. They don't have to use their big bullets. The 1-1, the 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Stanek. Slider called for a strike. It's 1-2. Real Muta, who is 0 for 2 on the night. Standing on deck is Bryce Harper, who's already gone yard. Bit of baseball news that has happened over the last few days in case you missed it. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's 2 away. Chris Sale of the Red Sox appears he will opt in to the 2 remaining years on his contract. He has 2 years, $55 million left on his deal, and he will stay with the Red Sox. And Nolan Arenado, who still has 5 years left on his deal, has decided to opt in as well. First pitch on the way to Harper is a fastball swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. You would have thought if you were going to bring Stanek into the game, you would have brought him at the beginning of this inning. Or at least after that first single was given up, bringing Schwarber to the plate. But instead, Baker rolled the dice, gave up a home run, and then gave up another home run. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. It's 0-2. Of course, just game 3 of this World Series, a best of 7. Still a long way to go in this series, but the 0-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and Stanek comes in and shuts down the Phillies, but not before Philadelphia puts 3 on the board. It's 7-0 Phillies. Will head to the top of the 6th. Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. And we'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. The Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel. Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Go online, DixieHandle.com. Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to craftsmanship. You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back to Game 3 of the World Series. Philadelphia leads Houston by a touchdown as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Houston, they're going to climb back into this. They got to get going and going fast. With just 4 frames left. They do have the top of the order. Pena comes up to the plate and he bunts it. Foul, almost caught by Bohm, who was charging in on the play, and it's 0-1. Connor Brogdon has come into the game. Pena trying to get on via the bunt was almost a drastic mistake. It was almost a 1-pitch out, which he's already accomplished that feat in the first time up. He's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. Pena, 273 this postseason. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul towards the third base dugout, and it's 0-2. Down 7-0. The last thing you need to be doing is trying to drop a bunt down. Astros have scored 5 runs first 2 games of this series, but a goose egg tonight. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball's rifled into left field. And the Houston Astros get their leadoff runner on for the first time tonight in the top of the 6th. Sure, they'll have some kind of conversation with Pena at some point tonight and say, this is why we don't want you dropping a bunt down 7 runs. So that's going to bring up Yordan Alvarez to the plate. That's the bad news for Philadelphia. The good news is they've got a 7-run cushion. The first pitch on the way to Alvarez is swung on and hit hard into right field, but on the run making the catch is Castellanos, and there's 1 away. Hit the ball right there on the screws, but didn't get a lot of lift on it. That'll bring Alex Bregman to the plate. Alex Bregman 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts. The first pitch on the way is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Bregman batting just 200 in this World Series. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Easy can of corn over by third, and it's out number 2. Bohm makes the catch just past the infield grass. That'll bring Kyle Tucker to the plate. Tomorrow night's game expected to be Christian Javier, who's pitched really well for Houston, up against Aaron Nola, who got banged around in game 1 of the World Series, but he'll be at home where he normally pitches much better. First pitch on the way to Tucker is a high strike, and it's 0-1. Tucker 0 for 2, 237 in this postseason. Houston offense really has not done a whole lot all October long. The 0-1 pitch fouls it back. It's 0-2. They had 2 rallies to win games 1 and 2 against Seattle, and then an 18-inning scoreless affair that they won, finally breaking the scoreless tie in the 18th inning. Against the Yankees, the 0-2 pitch misses out of the zone wide. It's 1-2. The Yankees really came down to more of the fact that Houston outpitched New York. There wasn't a lot of offensive explosion from either end. The 1-2 pitch swung on and banged foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. You got 2 outs, 1 on, a 1-2 count to Kyle Tucker. He's trying to get anything going here for the Astros. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Philadelphia Phillies, conversely, they took advantage of bad bullpen management by the St. Louis Cardinals to win that first series. And then the Atlanta Braves, their pitching just never got going. Terrible performances by Max Fried and Spencer Strider. In San Diego, the 1-2 pitch is fouled off down the line. Do it again at 1-2. San Diego was no match for Philadelphia. I think everybody knew that going into that series. San Diego upset the Dodgers. But that was really more of a rivalry type of W. Padres, top to bottom, were outmatched and outclassed by the Phillies. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Phillies are rolling here. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. It's 7-0 in Philly.
I'm here to tell you one thing. You ever go whining to the big man again about between you and me, we'll have a problem, my friend.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end. But he's got coverage. He's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown and a bomb. The Carter, 71 yards. There we go. So long. Ohio State touchdown.
That's that old 1-2 punch. You take two of the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open all the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
In the 1906 World Series, the Cubs were heavily favored to beat their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox, called the Hitless Wonders because the team averaged just .230 and hit only 7 home runs all season. But no one had counted on the superb pitching of White Sox ace Ed Walsh, master of the spitball.
Big Ed Walsh? Oh, brother. You talk about spitball. I think that the ball disintegrated and got back together when the catcher got hold of it. I think when it went past the plate, it was just spit going by.
Ed Walsh totally overpowered the Cubs. He pitched a masterful 2-hit shutout to win the 3rd game and then went on to win the 5th. The Hitless Wonders had won the World Series.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to Game 3 of the World Series. Philadelphia leads Houston 7-0. If you missed it earlier, the college football rankings have come out for the playoffs. University of Tennessee is ranked number 1. Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, and the Clemson Tigers are ranked 4th. On the outside looking in, Michigan 5, Bama 6, and then TCU 7, Oregon 8, and Southern Cal 9. Get much further than that, you're kind of hoping and wishing. I believe LSU was number 10. Of course, Tennessee and Georgia will face off Saturday afternoon in Athens. Tennessee, last time I checked, was an 8.5-point underdog. Houston gets back on the mound, and your Quiddy will jump in here. Your Quiddy, 3.94 ERA, 13-8 record. Whereas the starter will probably be asked to go the rest of the game just to eat some innings. First pitch on the way, and the 0-1 pitch on the way is swung on and banged into right field for a leadoff single by Castellanos. There's one on and nobody out. Major League Baseball free agency period will start 5 days after the end of the World Series. So all your favorite teams have 5 days to negotiate with their soon-to-be free agents. And then after that, they will be unrestricted free agents. First pitch on the way to Bowman misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Michigan State football team suspends 4 players after a brutal fight. As the 1-0 pitch misses below the knees, it's 2-0. There's an altercation that occurred in the tunnel of the Michigan Stadium after the loss. After Michigan State got pounded by the Wolverines, they took it out on one of the Michigan players. The 2-0 pitch misses inside. It's 3-0. Defensive ends Jacoby Wyndham Brandon Wright and cornerbacks Justin White and Malcolm Jones are suspended indefinitely. Head coach for the Michigan Wolverines, the 3-0 pitch misses low. It's ball 4. So 1 on, nobody out has turned into 2 on and nobody out. Jim Harbaugh, the head coach of Michigan, was quoted as saying there needs to be accountability. There needs to be a full, thorough, timely investigation. I can't imagine this will not result in criminal charges. If you see the video, you'll understand what he's talking about. Really fortunate that the kid wasn't injured worse than what he was. The NFL trading deadline was today. As Bryson Stott comes to the plate, he's 0 for 2. And first pitch on the way is a curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Nineteen trades went down during the trade deadline. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouled it back. Fastball, outer edge. It's 0-2. Buffalo Bills made a trade for safety Dean Marlowe from the Atlanta Falcons, giving up the 7th round pick for this year's draft. The Chiefs is a 0-2 pitch. This is outside. It's 1-2. The Chiefs trade defensive back Rashad Fenton to the Falcons for a 7th round pick. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Just got a piece of it. It's 1-2. Bigger names that got moved along. Naheem Hines of the Colts was traded to Buffalo. Buffalo gave up Zach Moss and a 6th round pick, kind of spelling the end for the Colts. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 1-2. The Atlanta Falcons also traded Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver who has been suspended because of gambling, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The 1-2 pitch fouled away again. We'll do it again at 1-2. Ridley, who widely considered one of the more talented receivers in football, suspended for gambling for the year. The 1-2 pitch swung on, just got a piece of it, hits it high and out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Stott choking up and just kind of doing a Punch and Judy routine, just trying to make contact with the ball going by, not really putting much of a swing on it. So Ridley goes to Jacksonville for this year's 5th round pick and a conditional 2024 pick, could be a 4th rounder. The 1-2 from Urquidy, swing and a miss, and that bat is mercifully ended. There's one away. Running back Jeff Wilson of the 49ers was traded to the Dolphins to reunite his head coach, McDaniels. So once again, you're going to have a full backfield of ex-49er running backs in Miami. Bradley Chubb defensive pass rushers heading to the Dolphins from the Broncos. The first pitch on the way to Segura is wide and goes all the way to the backstop. Both runners will move up. A bad pitch by Urquidy, and kind of a lackluster attempt by Maldonado to block it. Just kind of tried to backhand it. Didn't really move on the pitch. And then it went in between his legs into the backstop. So a guy who's not known for his offense, you expect better defensive play. The 1-0 pitch, fastball on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Chase Claypool was traded from the Steelers to the Bears today. TJ Hawkinson goes from the Lions to the Vikings. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Looked like a sinker that dove down by the bottom of the zone. And of course, Roquan Smith traded to the Ravens from the Bears. That deal was made yesterday. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Urquidy being asked to come in and eat some innings so Houston doesn't have to deploy their big arms, trailing 7-0. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn on a drawn-in infield. Pena will make the catch just past the infield grass. And that can of corn makes it 2 away, bringing Brandon Marsh to the plate. Brandon Marsh is 2 for 2 with a home run. Has scored 2 runs. He hit a solo shot and then he singled and was driven in by Kyle Schwarber with his 443-foot bomb. First pitch on the way from Urquidy. It's a curveball, misses inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, but underneath it is Alvarez. He'll make the catch. Urquidy somehow danced through danger without giving up a run. We'll head to the top of the 7th. It's 7-0 in Philadelphia.
You know, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
On October 1st, 1903, among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest. Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to the 2022 World Series, Game 3. Philadelphia Phillies, comfortable lead of 7-0 over the Houston Astros, who are coming to the plate. They are set to face the big, lanky right-hander of the Phillies and Kyle Gibson. Kyle Gibson flips the first pitch to the plate, and Gurriel pulls it foul. It's 0-1. Gibson has only pitched an inning and a third against the Padres, used sparingly. He's not one of their better arms. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. Phillies hoping to get some outs out of Gibson to preserve their arms for Game 4. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and not very deep into center field. Marsh is underneath it. He'll make the catch. And there's quickly one away. Warming up, but doesn't look like he's seriously warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. There's Noah Syndergaard. He was kind of just up and stretching, still had his sweatshirt on. So I think he was just getting up and goofing around. First pitch on the way to Hensley, the designated hitter, skips into the dirt and to the backstop. It's 1-0. This series far from over. It's the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. But you got to feel like Game 4 for the Houston Astros feels almost like a do or die tomorrow. It's the 1-1 pitch right there on the outer edge. It's 1-2. You don't want to go down 3-1. Houston will send Christian Javier out to the mound in Game 4. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. The Phillies, they'll have arguably their ace, Aaron Nola, on the mound. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and there's 2 away. Seventh inning, so we'll go ahead and hit the birthdays. Happy 26th birthday to Trent Grisham. The outfielder for the San Diego Padres has 48 home runs in 4 seasons. Masahiro Tanaka of New York Yankees fame. He turns 36 this year. He had 78 wins in 7 years with the Yanks. First pitch misses outside. It's 1-0. McCormick, who's 0 for 1 and did walk in the fifth, batting .269 this postseason with 2 home runs. The 1-0 pitch swung on and rifled into center field for a 2-out single. The Astros have a little life here with 2 away. Coco Crisp, one of the great names in baseball history, played for the Red Sox and, of course, the Cleveland Indians. He turns 43 today, 130 home runs, 309 stolen bases. Remember the great Fernando Valenzuela, the 1981 Cy Young Award winner with 173 wins. He turned 62 today. First pitch to Maldonado is down below the knees, and it's 1-0. And Gary Player, in his 9 majors, turns 87. And that's your birthdays. The 1-0 hits high in the zone for a strike, and it's 1-1. Kyle Gibson was a starter in the regular season, so he could be asked to go 2, maybe even 3 innings here. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. And the Astros are down to their final strike here in the top of the 7th. Standing on deck is Jose Altuve. The 1-2 pitch from Gibson on the way outside down below the knees. It's 2-2. Phillies 7, Houston nothing, 1 on, 2 away. The 2-2 pitch swung on and high chopper back to the mound. Gibson has it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Astros put 1 on, but fail to score again. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. It's time to stretch. Game 3 of the World Series.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch her out at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the ground. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back to Game 3 of the World Series. The Philadelphia Phillies having their way with Houston here. It's 7-0. Phillies are coming to the plate. A lot of fans going crazy here and on the Philly bandwagon. You see a lot of folks that I've never associated with the Philadelphia Phillies in the crowd wearing Phillies gear. First pitch on the way from Urquidy, who's back there out there on the mound. It's 1-0. Kyle Schwarber swings at the 1-0 pitch and hammers it foul down the line. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. The first day of November, the 2-1 pitch. Fastball right down the heart of the plate. Taking first strike, it's 2-2. Heading into the home stretch, going towards Thanksgiving in a few weeks. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball misses low and inside. It's 3-2. Standing on deck is Reese Hoskins. In the hole, JT Real Muto. I'd say this is probably your Quiddy's game the rest of the way. They might do a pitching change in the 8th. 3-2. Fastball swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 3-2. Schwarber just missing that one, shaking his head. National League home run leader. He had 46 in the regular season, has had 4 in the postseason. So 50 home runs all told for the Philadelphia leadoff man. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hammered foul down the line. That ball gets lost into the night, but plenty foul. Will do it again at 3-2. You're quitting, not really a guy who's going to blow you away. Be interesting to see how he fares through the top of this Philly lineup. The 3-2 pitch swung on and just gets him. Strike 3, pulled the string on that. And there's one away. They're doing a play-by-play reenactment of all the home runs given up by McCullers. And realistically, one thing they all had in common, they were all pitches that floated right back into the heart of the swing of the batter, whether it was a right-handed or left-handed swing. Right into their wheelhouse. First pitch on the way to Hoskins is called for a strikeout or edge, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and hit high, deep, but not deep enough. Caught just before the warning track. There is McCormick for out number 2. Astros would love to get the next 4 outs with your quitty and not have to use anyone else. Christian Javier, by the way, he's pitched in 2 games. Now, one was a start. The other was out of the bullpen in that extra innings affair. First pitch on the way to Real Muto, curveball, bang foul, and it's 0-1. It is to be noted, against that Yankees lineup in Yankee Stadium, both regular season and in the playoffs, it's the 0-1 pitch. Foul back, it's 0-2. He pitched 11 innings and gave up just 1 hit. So he has pitched well on the road, and he's got nasty stuff, so he should be a tougher customer. And once again, it was a head scratcher to me that he did not get the game 3 nod. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Real Muto's down on strikes. And Philadelphia, 3 up, 3 down. Top of the Houston order is coming to the plate. If they're going to do it, this is the time to do it. We'll be back in a flash here on Armchair Quarterback South.
Rodriguez, you stink. I don't like you. Big Poppy, I like you, though.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Did you know that pigeons hate the smell of WD-40? You got them landing on the edge of your roof, around your yard, spray some WD-40. They won't be back. If you live in an apartment on a balcony, you got them landing on your rails, spray some WD-40. Pigeon repellent.
Armchair.
The idea of going to the ballpark, say in 1900, was that the urban masses would get a taste of country pastoral air, that they would breathe in, that their lungs would expand by cheering. Baseball grew in the cities. It is an outgrowth of gambling. It's an outgrowth of crookedness. It's an outgrowth of drinking. It's a roistering, boisterous event. It is as wild as the Wild West.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Game 3 of the World Series, where the Philadelphia Phillies lead it 7-0. Houston Astros do have the top of the order coming up. So if they're going to do damage, this would be the time to do it. Take a quick look at the scoreboard. Go ahead and hit that NBA scoreboard real quick. Fans out there, Heat beat the Warriors 116-109. Magic 108-116 losers to the Thunder on the road. Suns lead the Timberwolves 25-22 in the second. And the Bulls up in the Nets 108-99. First pitch on the way from Nick Nelson is a fastball, misses outside to Jose Altuve, and it's 1-0. NHL was in action tonight as well. We'll hit those scores in a second. The 1-0 pitch swung on and foul back. It's 1-1. Islanders 1-0 over the Blackhawks in the third. Predators getting trounced by the Oilers 5-2 in the second period. Lightning 4-3 winners over the Ottawa Senators. Bruins trail the Penguins 5-4 in the third. 1-1 pitch misses down below the knees. It's 2-1. Stars over the Kings 5-2. 15 minutes left in that one. The Kraken tied with the Flames 2-2. That's heading to the third. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball top of the zone called for a strike. It's 2-2. Florida Panthers and Coyotes, they are scoreless in the first. Devils 2-0 over the Canucks. That game is in the first. Rangers beat the Flyers 1-0 earlier. The 2-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2. Golden Knights beat the Capitals 3-2, and the Wild over the Canadiens 4-1. Later on tonight, starting in about 15 minutes, the Ducks are at the Sharks. And that's your DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Altuve. It's swung on and grounded over to short. Stott has it, fires it across the diamond, skips it, but good play by Hoskins. He'll make the snag, and there's one away. If you missed the news in the NBA earlier today, Steve Nash was fired from the Nets. They said agreed to part ways, and some believe that some of it had to do with the anti-Semitic tweets that Kyrie Irving of the Nets has put out, and the Nets have failed to discipline. First pitch on the way to Pena misses high, and but they said he went around. He doesn't like it. It's 0-1. I can't blame him. That did not look like a strike, but you're down 7-0 in the eighth. It doesn't really matter. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-1. So a lot of folks believe that Nash had just had enough of the nonsense that was Kyrie Irving and the New Jersey Nets and just wanted out of there. The league has yet to discipline Irving for his remarks. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. The NBA Players Association came out and denounced the comments. There has been no discipline. A growing uproar by the fans ensues. The 1-2 on off the plate wide. It's 2-2. It will be interesting to see if anything is done to Kyrie Irving. NBA long history of not doing anything to their players. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 3-2. I'd say that's got a lot to do with why over the last several years, Major League Baseball has catapulted way past the viewership and streaming of the NBA. The fans have just had enough. 3-2 pitch on the way, wide, ball 4. There's one on, one out. In the heart of the Houston order coming to the plate. Yordan Alvarez comes to the plate. He is 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Houston offense has just been absolutely dormant. The good news, if you're a Philadelphia fan, is that you're about to take a 2-1 lead, you would think. The bad news is that you got to figure this Houston offense cannot stay quiet for long. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night and Thursday night, off Friday. The 1-0. High and inside, it's 2-0. Two-0 pitch from Nelson. He's already thrown 14 pitches in this inning. Here's the delivery, swung on and fouled back. It's 2-1. Alvarez 0 for 3, strikeout, ground out, line out. Here's the 2-1 inside, ball 3. It's 3-1. 97-mile-an-hour fastball in the inner part. Alex Bregman does stand on deck. Philly did blow as a 3-1 pitch is swung on and hit high. That'll be the almost drops it as Marsh. Marsh had to circle back around. He makes the catch. But kind of a clumsy defensive play for out number 2. I don't know if he lost it in the lights or if the wind carried it away from him, but he kind of had to dance around. Almost dropped it. That'll bring Bregman to the plate. Bregman, who has struggled himself, 0 for 3, 2 ground outs, and a pop out. First pitch on the way is a slider, misses high, and it's 1-0. A 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Bregman all night long, it's looked like he has been swinging a bat much heavier than he should be. He is just behind on every pitch. He's 2 for 21 in this World Series. The 1-1 swung on and just got a piece of it to get around on it. It's 1-2. Houston offense has had absolutely no punch in there. It's not just that they're not getting any big hits tonight. They're not really battling much at the plate either. Phillies are having much better at bats. The 1-2 on the way to Bregman, swung on and popped up. Should be in play. No, it's going to bend foul, out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Bregman moseys his way back to the plate. Down 1-2, 1 on and 2 away. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a pieces of it. It's 1-2. Bregman, normally one of the better right-handed batters in baseball, but I'm telling you, this whole series, he has just looked lost at the plate. I don't know if it's the pressure that gets to them. Struggled quite a bit last October as well in the World Series against Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses out of the zone. It's 2-2. You're just joining us. Want to know how we got here? 2-run home run by Bryce Harper in the first. Then Philadelphia in the second added 2 more solo shots. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again. It stayed 4-0 until the bottom of the 5th inning, where McCullers coughed up 2 more home runs, making it 7-0, and Dusty Baker never getting up off his can to make a pitching change. 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again. So McCullers is going to take the loss. And when you wonder what happened, and you'll hear a lot of the pundits talking tomorrow, I'm sure a lot will point to, well, McCullers didn't have a good game and et cetera, but 2-2 pitch swung on and hit hard down the line, but foul. That ball had plenty of distance, but was not straight enough. We'll do it again at 2-2. But the simple fact of the matter is, McCullers never should have went back out there for the 5th inning. That ball almost looks like it might have hit the post and ricocheted off of it. I wonder if they're going to take a look at that. No, I guess it didn't. The way it looked, it almost looked like it almost skipped off the post and then went foul, but I guess it was just the way of the curve. The 2-2 down below the knees outside. It's 3-2. But McCullers had already given up 3 home runs in the first 2 innings. They ran him back out there for the 3rd and 4th, and he pitched pretty well. Then he gave up a leadoff single, and you would have thought that would have pulled him. Instead, they let him give up 2 more home runs. The 3-2 misses outside, ball 4. Bregman draws a much-deserved walk. Heck of a battle there for a guy who's struggling at the plate. Bringing Kyle Tucker to the dish. So when you go back and look at this game, you're going to hear a lot of pundits are going to talk about, well, McCullers didn't have it, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't leave a guy in there into the 5th inning who's given up 5 home runs. in the World Series. This isn't May 22nd where you're trying to preserve your bullpen. You've had 2 days off. That second home run he gave up in the second inning, the bullpen should have been working. And at 4-0, if you keep Philadelphia at bay at 4-0, you've got a puncher's chance down the stretch. But everybody knows human nature, especially when it comes to baseball. When it gets to 7-0, guys just start trying to hit a 6-run home run, and they get out of their game. So though McCullers has to wear this loss, a lot of blame has to be put on that coaching staff. I also think it's a huge advantage that Major League Baseball decided not to play Friday and Saturday. I think it's a huge advantage for Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Tucker, misses down below the knees. It's 1-0. Reason being, I think Houston's got much deeper bullpen. And if this series were to go 7, it's a big advantage for Philadelphia not to have to play 5 consecutive days, excuse me. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep in the left field. Making the catch is Schwarber on the track, and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 7-0 in Philly.
You know how I feel. I will be proud to lead you wonderful guys into battle anytime, anywhere.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Being alone isn't that bad. It's a great opportunity to get to know yourself and be comfortable with who you are.
Tana, I already love myself. I just want to French someone.
In 1903, weakened by their own squabbling, the National League owners sued for peace. Van Johnson had won. A new national agreement was negotiated. Now there would be 2 major leagues, separate but equal, honoring one another's contracts, both retaining the reserve clause that kept players bound to their owners for life. A 3-man national commission was appointed to settle disputes, see that the regulations were enforced. Power was supposed to be shared equally, but Van Johnson saw to it that he was really in charge. The players were not represented.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back here to the World Series Game 3. Houston has yet to put a run on the board. Philadelphia all over them. 7 runs, 7 hits. And more importantly, home runs by Harper, Schwarber, Hoskins, Marsh, and Bohm. Houston has 5 hits, none for extra bases. They have reached base 3 times via the walk. Bryce Harper will come to the plate. He got everything going in the first inning. The 2-run home run. The National League Series MVP swings at the first pitch For a strike, it's 0-1. Your Quiddy is back out there, so he is being asked to do yeoman's work out of the bullpen. This will be his third inning out of the pen. At this point, Houston's just trying to not use any more of their arms. The 0-1 pitch. This is inside. It's 1-1. They did have to go to someone in the pen. It would not be one of their back end guys to mop up these last 3 outs. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. Phillies bullpen has blown big leads this year late in the game. They gave up a 7-run lead to the Mets early in the season. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and popped up. Can of corn over towards the shortstop area. Third baseman Bregman's underneath it in the shift, and there's one away. Also given up a couple of 5-run leads. More something to keep an eye on later in the series. The Phillies are trying to close it out. You never know if those kinds of ghosts will jump back out and bite you. Your Quiddy misses outside on the first pitch to Castellanos. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Philadelphia will send Nola to the mound tomorrow night. Thursday night's game has not been decided. The 2-1 swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Most likely, since they have said that they are going to wait on Wheeler and give him an extra day of rest, most likely it would be Syndergaard in the bullpen. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3, and there's 2 away. Originally, game 3 was supposed to be played last night, and it was supposed to be McCullers versus Syndergaard. When it was pushed back, the Phillies went with Suarez. They'd used Suarez out of the bullpen earlier in the series, so they felt like they had enough time to get him rested. He was being sent to pitch game 4, which became game 3 on Tuesday night. First pitch to Bohm is down below the knees. It's 1-0. So the weather worked in the favor for Philly. The 1-0 pitch from your Quiddy swung on and hit high and deep into right field, bending over into foul territory in the corner. Making the catch is Tucker, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 9th inning. Astros need 7 to stay alive.
Uh-oh.
What uh-oh?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
What?
It's a tell. You got to tell.
What tell? What's a tell?
When you ask someone about their relationship and they touch their face, you know it's not going too well. And the higher up on the face you go, the worse the relationship is getting. You know, it's like, pretty good, not bad. I got to get out.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Uh-oh.
What
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. As Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the ninth inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions.
Armchair.
When the National League dropped 4 of its less profitable teams, Johnson saw his chance. He established new clubs in Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, snapped up newly unemployed players, then began raiding active National League roster. Lured by an average of $500 more per season, 111 National League players jumped to Ban Johnson's brand new American League, including the great pitchers Cy Young and Rube Waddell and the notorious John McGraw. The National League owners complained, threatened, mounted lawsuits, quarreled among themselves, but they could do nothing. Ban Johnson was not going to go away.
You're listening to Armchair QB South. Please like and subscribe today. Find us on Facebook and Twitter, Armchair Quarterback South, giving a Southern voice to the world of sports. Welcome back to Game 3 of the World Series. The Houston Astros trailing by 7. See if they've got any punch left in them. They will be facing Bilotti out of the bullpen. Gurriel is set to lead off this inning. It'll be Gurriel, Hensley, and then McCormick. The first pitch on the way from Bilotti is a fastball at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Can of corn over to second base. Segura's got it. And there's one away. Philly 7, Houston nothing, top of the 9th inning. Bilotti looks into Mancini, who's come in to pinch hit. He takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Mancini 0 for 16 in the postseason. What a disappointment he has been. Brought him over in the trade from Baltimore. They expected him to give some pop from the right side of the lineup, but he really has done nothing. The 1-1 pitch misses off the plate down below the knees. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch to Mancini. Blotti finally pitches it, and it's down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-1. Philadelphia looking to take a 2-1 lead in the best-of-7 series. The 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Going underneath it is Castellanos. He'll make the catch right there at the wall. Actually, that's Veerling that's come in for defensive replacement. And there's 2 away. Houston down to their last out. Terrible outing by McCullers. Terrible night by Dusty Baker. An awful night by the hitting of the Astros. First pitch on the way to McCormick misses inside. It's 1-0. If Houston can get 1 win as the 1-0 pitch misses inside, it's 2-0. They can get 1 win in Philadelphia, they will force the series back to Houston. They have to feel pretty good about their chances. They're going to have to get better pitching than what they got tonight. The 2-0 pitch outside misses, ball 3, 3-0. The 3-0 pitch right down Main Street, taken for a strike. It's 3-1. Bellotti looks in, the 12th pitch of the inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 3-2. Bellotti moves very slowly on the mound. He's going to have to clean that up by next year when the pitch clock comes in. He's one of the reasons why that pitch clock is coming in. When folks complain about the pitch clock and how they don't want it, and I get that, but this is the reason why. He moves at a snail's pace behind there, which is one of the reasons why he's hard hit. 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. You always notice that the better pitchers in baseball are usually the ones that move much faster. I think one of the reasons for that is you give the batter less time to react and to think about your next move. The 3-2 pitch right there at the knees, called strike 3. McCormick didn't even offer at it, and that'll end the game. That'll end the inning. That'll put the Philadelphia Phillies up 2-1 in the World Series in Houston. Better wake up, because if they lose tomorrow, Katie bar the door. 7 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Philadelphia. No runs, 5 measly hits, and no errors for the Astros. McCullers loses. He goes to 0-1. Suarez goes to 2-0 in this postseason. And Philadelphia takes a 2-1 series lead. Have a great night, y'all. Thanks for listening to Armchair Quarterback South.